Good morning. So we gonna just pray today because I had to click on live 4 times, and every time I did click, it said that they were experiencing extremely high traffic this morning. And so I'll turn these down. Extremely high traffic this morning, and the high traffic was causing issue with letting folks on, like they were working on getting the resources for it. So hopefully it don't mess with our streaming today, because there is a lot going on today. So we know that today is going to be, hold on, God, 2 and a little dirt trial, which is being covered by in person by I'm not a lawyer, but we have Clancy today in day 20, which we know we could be in closings as early as tomorrow. They have found a jury for Marquise Conway, so I believe the Yellow Beezy Mo 3 trial is starting this morning. And then, of course, we are on day 7 of the Tupac trial. On the lady in the green. Who had on green? Which one? It's a lot going on today, and there's probably going to be a lot going on for the next couple weeks. So we're going to try, but I definitely want to hear the opening arguments for Yellow Beezy. But we may be ending the stream a little early today. We may be able to hop back on. But you guys know, 1, Denver's school pictures are today. 2, I got a doctor's appointment. And yeah. To the one else. Now, oddly enough, this morning they actually started the Lindsay Clancy stream an hour ago. Like 5 o'clock this morning. I'll show y'all real quick kind of what was going on this morning before they get live. But they showed all of the people. Y'all see them? Camped out. I'm scared of the smile. We came to a compromise that I will only retwist the front of his hair because he wanted to wear like a ponytail in the front. So you would only be able to see the front. Well, yesterday, I retwisted his hair on Sunday. Yesterday, he came home with the ponytail down. Okay. So I said, Denver, tomorrow, you have to keep the ponytail in until you're done taking pictures. Okay. He said, oh, man. Okay, Mom. So, yeah, as y'all can see, they were camped out. They normally don't start the stream this early because I had to run in here. Like, I got a notification at 5 o'clock in the morning that Clancy was live. And I'm like, how? What are they doing this early? So then they packed up all of their chairs, and eventually you'll see them being able to, like, kind of file into the courtroom until there was none. And they finally went to the make sure we're live. There we go. Went to the seal here. So they were really camped out. I've heard 2 different things, and I'll take my glasses off for a second because I know she's on here. But I've seen 2 different things. Have y'all seen the amount of men posting about the Lindsay Clancy trial? So I thought it was an anomaly at first where there was a boyfriend, a girl posts her text messages with her now ex-boyfriend, and he said, and she says in the text messages, you're really going to break up with me over a trial? And he says, that it's not about the trial. Our values don't align. And if we were to have children in the future, I don't think we can do that. And Tiff Ann, I don't know where she went. Tiff Ann said, oh, that's Brittany's robe. Tiff Ann said she been seeing people talk about filing for a divorce. Somebody sent me another one where a couple was like, one was out of the house. But I'm like, can you imagine that? So you're sitting there with somebody you're trying to determine if you're going to spend the rest of your life, or at least right now, a good chunk of your life with. You're trying to plan a future. And they say I am Lindsay Clancy. And you like, I think we need to talk. Can you imagine it? And the sad part is, I don't know if he should be more afraid that she said that she had the values that she had, or they had the misalignment in values, or if she said over a trial. When you don't get things with me, I really get like, okay, we got another problem. We got another problem. Because if you think that I'm going to have a problem about a trial, baby, you dumber than I thought. Like, that would have irritated me more than the reason. The fact that you don't get it. But he said, if we were to have children and you really feel this strongly about, like, I don't think our values align. And she got mad and tried to I guess expose him, or just, I guess she thought the internet was going to bash him or something like that, and that did not happen. I can't wait for, I'm not a lawyer, but to break it down. But I'm kind of feeling skeptical about the money when it comes to Dirk now. Did y'all see the money trail for Dirk? First of all, hearing about the opening statements for Dirk, and Drew didn't do it. Brian Steele didn't do it. It's the female on his team. I can't think of her name. I gotta learn her name. That did Lil Durk's openings. And they said she changed the tide. Like, remember they had us thinking that it was Lil Durk's American Express card that bought all these tickets back and forth, right? Come to find out, Lil Durk's account had 4 authorized users, or 4 additional accounts. Marissa. So had 4 additional cards, and those cards were accessible to, I believe, his father, his manager, somebody else that worked for him, and I believe his card. Those were bought with a card on Lil Durk's account, but it was the card that was accessible to the friend, not Lil Durk's actual card. Baby, if people didn't believe it was Bonnie and Jam, according to the different takes I heard yesterday from people who were actually in the room, they believe, like, y'all trying to set this man up. And we don't know what the evidence is going to show, but we know he's got a hell of a legal team that can show. And this opening attorney showed exactly why she part of that team. I believe they feel some type of way about him. I believe that there is a level of entitlement.
Take me off of the speaker because me and Instacart is about to have a problem.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Don't cuss him out. I'm putting my glasses on. You about to cuss them out, Jesus. We won't be able to see Brian, but we're gonna be able to hear about him. Brian's still been wrangling the hell out of some of these federal trials. I will say that. Who? No, that Brian Steele raggedy ass is part of the Fraternal Order of Police. We talking about Brian Steele, that was Thug's attorney. Okay. I think she could. Man, I listen, Summer, I don't even think I'm not even gonna put that in the air. I just pray for peace at that trial in Dallas. I do. And at Lil Durk's, because I understand that people have their feelings about what's happening, what should happen. But there was even a point where who was it? It was Trap Lord Ross. He put out a video from last week during jury selection, and he said somebody ran up on him like, "What the hell you doing with all you over here doing all this police shit?" Like, and I'm like, and he said I laughed because I thought it was funny that somebody, and I'm like, "Sir, you got the wrong accent. Like, that's don't laugh. This is not funny, Molly girl. You in danger. Like, you know." I don't think you understand what kind of situation you in because you might be documenting your own shit. You know, like you have to be careful. These people, yeah. It. I know he found it funny, but I remember during during Yellow Beezy's a lot of his pre-trial hearings, there were people being ran up on. There was a lot of people and presence in the courtroom. There was a lot of tension. There were people being that were, covering the trial, that their streams were being walked in on, and they were absolutely being questioned by regular folk. So just like with the YSL trial, I Miss Woody, just like with the YSL trial, there was a lot happening, and there was a lot that was mismanaged by the state. But we had to remember, and I know I would make videos about it time to time, these were real victims. Like, these people are really gone. They have families that love them, that feel some type of way. And there are people that no matter what the verdict is, they believe what they believe, right? And that's when we had those conversations about not guilty versus innocent. We don't know if anybody's innocent. The question in the courtroom is whether or not the burden was met. And that's just it. So I think that the burden not being met by the state sometimes comes off as innocent for other people, and that, baby, this is a bad time. I was just talking to Q last night about the streamer named Nitro something, but he was streaming. So to put it into context, he's a senior in high school, right? Supposed to be a senior. He was supposed to start school yesterday, but he's a senior in high school. His mom had given him some rules because school's getting ready to start back, that there is to be no computer, no internet, no streaming after midnight. At 1 a.m., he's risking his entire life by still streaming and had one person watching. Okay. While this one person is watching, another streamer is called raiding on Twitch, but they raid his stream. They all come into his stream, and it's that big popular streamer. So now he's went from one person watching an hour after he's not supposed to be on that computer to over 10,000 people watching. Okay. When these 10,000 people start watching, he screams. First person in the door is his brother, then his mother. Now, his mother had already told his ass that he was supposed to stop streaming at midnight. He then, in turn, responds, just like the mom is trying to unplug the equipment. He's blocking her. Just give me 5 minutes. Don't come in the camera. Just give me 5 minutes. And she's saying, no, motherfucker, I told you to be off of here at midnight. She starts to unplug things. He gets into a little bit of a tiff with his brother because his brother, like, you ain't supposed to be on here. She about to get mad. She about. And so they're kind of going back and forth. Now, the clips cut out that whole front part. It also cuts out the, man, y'all don't want me to be nothing. Y'all, this is a once in a lifetime thing. I'm going viral right now, and y'all don't want me to have nothing. I've been working at this for 7 years. Mind you, he's 18. I've been working at this for 7 years, and y'all just want to take it from me. Don't nobody in this house want me to have nothing. Everybody in this house want to take everything from me. So he's okay. As he's thinking this is his once in a lifetime chance, everything he's worked for 7 years, he keeps. And then mom comes in there and starts snatching shit out the wall. Okay. She's snatching all the equipment, my stuff, my internet. I told you to have I don't give a fuck who's on this computer. I told you to be off at midnight. Okay. Then she tells him, you know what? Get out. Get out of my house. I'm tired of telling you the same thing over and over again. Get out. Get out. Get out. You're going to do it anyway. You're going to keep streaming. You're not going to cut it. Get out. Now, I will say at that point, mom starts to say some things. Okay. Mom says some horrible, heartbreaking things to this 18-year-old boy. Things like he don't add value to the house. That he's not worth anything. She did tell him, I don't care if it's 1 million people on the stream. Now, as she's trying to peel him out of the seat, she's trying to get to the equipment. I don't know if she tried to bite him in his face. It was a real weird, like, grab the jaw moment. But some mothers have grabbed the jaw when you. Okay. So I'm not condoning her actions at all, because the way she talked to that boy in the clips that are being clipped are definitely, this is not the first time she said it. But on the flip side, everybody who is supporting him, who said, go ahead, get out the house. They've raised I think they had raised over $20,000 for him. All the streamers, there's another popular streamer whose mother apparently did something similar online, and he's catapulted to the top. What's his name? Speedy. So he met him. And so now all the streamers are kind of rallying around him and raising money, stuff like that. My thing is this. How often will you hit the lotto? It's a tricky situation, because what everyone just affectionately advised him is that it's okay to break the rules. It's okay to not listen. It's okay to cross boundaries, because you just might win the lotto. But when that $20,000,
to guide this young man from
there you go. Once that $20,000 is gone, once all those people that rated him are not going to stay. Once the $20,000, $30,000 is gone, all of those people that rated his live are not going to be subscribers. Okay, so he may have $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 right now while this story is hot about his mother. But once this story fizzles out and he's left with nothing but his content, he's got to sustain this, first of all. Second of all, he's starting his senior year. Who's going to sustain and maintain and guide this young man so he can make it through, one, having this amount of money, two, making it through school, and three, he's going to need some healing, because anybody that tells you that you're nothing, that you'll be nothing, that's something else. Now, the bad thing about all of this is mom is a teacher. Not only is mom a teacher, mom is a teacher at the high school he's supposed to start at. And now that mom is receiving all this backlash, because the only part of the clip that's going about is how she was talking to him and her putting his hands on him, and oh, she's just doing this because he's viral. And there's so many people saying she don't want him to be anything. She don't want him to be great. She won't let him go viral. She could have gave him 5 minutes. No, he was on there an hour longer than he was supposed to. He was already doing something he had no business doing. They're probably going to let her go just because of the backlash. So now mom's career is probably ruined. Mom's probably going to have an investigation. So mom not only has put him out the house, but now mom's so in her emotions, and mom is feeling some type of way about him crossing the line, about him not listening, about him doing what he want to do, about him not turning off the stream. Now mom done filed a restraining order. So now he can't go home. There's no home to go to. So you're letting all these streamers pump you up, and now you don't have no stability senior year. Now you turn around. Not only is mom job in jeopardy because she was talking crazy and she did put hands on him in the camera. So she's probably going to have issues, if not lose her job. But now he's out here and can't go home and needs to start her senior year. Now, there was a clip that I saw where he thought, or he was under the assumption that mom had unenrolled him from school, so he couldn't even start his senior year. That baby don't know what to do with no paperwork. Who gonna go fill out the paper? Now he's 18. So he can do it. He's got to do it. But what can he do? Honestly, his brain is not developed to the point to sustain himself. She filed a restraining order on that baby. She did.
She filed a restraining order on her kid?
Yeah, he can't go home. She filed a restraining order because she said that she didn't want him there. She didn't feel safe with him there. And then, of course, now with him there, her job is in jeopardy. So she's been calling and yelling on the you have to ruin my life and this, that, and the other. So he's posting her voice messages or voicemails. And by posting those, of course, that's probably going to go back to her job any damn way. And then people are looking at her like she's not taking no accountability. They both was wrong as fuck. But at the end of the day, you knew that's still your child. And then they said she may or may not have unenrolled him from the school when she went to work. So what can he do? He don't have. You're being a child. Now you're being at his level. I said you can tell something's wrong because of the way she was talking to him. But at the same time, if I don't give a fuck if Jesus Christ of Nazareth and his best sandals was on that fucking computer, if I told you to be off that summer bitch at midnight and you wake me up screaming at 1:04 in the morning, let me tell you.
My thing is, why not work smarter, not harder? Because me, I'm not about to come to your room in the kitchen. Guess what? I'm great. Oh my God.
Baby, the way I would have snatched that round off the wall.
No. Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney.
Yeah, she should have cut the internet on his ass. That's what she should have done.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Well, I guess as we always seem to start every morning, if I could see everybody over at the sidebar, please.
I knew they was gonna start with a sidebar. Yeah, I'm not coming in that camera. If I'd have heard you scream like that, baby, all the power in your room would have went out. That would have been the next thing you saw was black.
Yeah, that's a little bit extreme.
So you can tell that the situation is already toxic. But the other thing was that whole. But the thing is if you already know your mama like that, and your mama already told you don't be on there after midnight, and you scream at 1 o'clock, baby, the way that stream would have been watching me under them covers. No, and but the other thing that was a telltale sign to me was the brother. The brother was like, "You gonna do this shit again? Like you already know you gonna be in here yelling and da 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 da." So sir, for the last 7 years, you've been on all them people nerves. You've been on all them people nerve, and he's not. I mean, he's not mature enough to take no accountability. So he's going. I've been trying to do this for 7 years, sir. Since you were 11. Get your ass up from behind that computer and go get a diploma. She did, but you can tell. I said you can tell by the way she was talking to that boy that this is not her first time.
We push it to the limit. My mom told me you don't need your phone after a certain time, and she took my phone with my husband to buy another one and hit it. And listen, I say, well, I'd have done plenty of things that said push it to our father, and we ain't no restraining order. Right, that's a little.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, you have headaches, Brittany? Not you, another Brittany. Yeah, mom should have never came in that camera. Babe, let me tell you something. Ain't no telling what I would have looked like at 1 o'clock in the morning, especially if I heard something yell from across the house. Baby, the last thing I would have been is on that computer. Oh, they use there's a version of Botox they use for migraines that when I used to have headaches, they used to kind of suggest that, but my headaches are from something else. When I was living on Cora, when I used to live on Cora, I used to get bad headaches. When I go to the doctor, they was offering like Botox for the migraines. But it was what was it? It was mold in the house.
Oh.
That it was
we there?
On Cora, I think so. Remember the red house at the end? We know Tiffany was there. No, it was that big. You know how big my yard was over there, and the tree that sat all the way back by the alley. That was where she found out Michael Jackson died and she lost it. Huh? It was a full house.
It was like a little
red and white house, but that big ass tree all the way at the back of the yard by the alley, the roots had grew all the way through the backyard.
I think I need to check. They gonna be like, damn, that was so long ago.
No, because remember I started doing the research, and that's how I found out they was changing the name of the owner of the house from the dad to the son, and from the son to the dad, and the son was a crackhead. And the son was not supposed to be renting out that house, and then they changed it to the dad's name, and the dad didn't have no citation. So I had to go back off the paperwork to find out, because then they start picking with me and start trying to put me out the house. I'm like, I ain't did nothing to you. So I called the city, and the city came in there and tagged everything, but then I had to move because my water heater was in backwards, and they said it could have just skyrocketed through the house, and which would have been through my bedroom, and out it could have exploded. So it was a mess.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the questions again, make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions, then go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today. And and then we'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right, so first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness, okay? And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave you an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right, and then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there. And then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay, and so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in during the matter not having between the Commonwealth and shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Sparrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need a moment?
I do.
So, Doctor, could you tell us what is peritraumatic, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually a recognized, more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say that there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, Why the basement? Who among the children goes first?
Ask the
What
question.
do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Why the basement?
Hold on.
Why Dawson
And
first?
so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too.
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please. Okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes,
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
yes,
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And
They ain't gonna let up. They're not gonna let up. So protect your peace. I'm gonna throw this up here so we can leave it. We have the content warning and the discretion warning going up top, but they're not going to stop. Okay, I understand what they're doing, but they're trying to prove that she was clearly making decisions. So it's going to stay in this realm for quite a while. Okay, y'all know she about to start.
and the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, "I don't remember, I don't recall," that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, I don't remember.
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, how are you feeling, or what's your mood? And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified.
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
No, she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention, if you reviewed those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So we're going to move to strike this, not respond.
No, overruled a lot.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that, when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience, to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So, that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future oriented.
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is again best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
I'm sorry?
I'd move to submit the PowerPoint
Oh,
for identification.
for identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy or the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is,
Yes or no?
no.
did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to
No,
say,
not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
no,
Now, is Dr. Helbrin aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrin aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when I asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes,
And do you recall when you received that notification?
it would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Duxbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah,
It's 1 year.
yeah,
January of 24, you add a year up to January of 25, that's 2 years, right?
yes.
January of 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. But and again, you know, normally this isn't an issue. Who cares? But how much money did you make on this case? Since they want to ask my doctor, how much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished. But I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Doctor? Simple.
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your best estimate, Doctor?
Why does it matter?
let's see,
You already pointed out 2 witnesses ago, everybody gets paid for their time. Does it-
probably up to this
for your
point,
witness?
it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more, right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes,
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail, video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes,
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
yes,
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
yes,
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
yes,
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
You
yes.
already said that.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct? As you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital,
When was that, please?
that was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness. And so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit.
Judges
How
Forensic
many-
service.
are part of.
How
the-
many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
He
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5, okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
oh, here you go.
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know him?
Yes, I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making
Okay.
threats, that sort of thing. And they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Okay.
And I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
And you also did it for US Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes,
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put in your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
yes,
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
yes,
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes,
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
yes,
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes,
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
yes,
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
yes,
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
that does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's
Well, for
just so-
example-
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, patients against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
It can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts. Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked
that's
you that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center. Of
Yes, that's
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill and Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had a
right.
chance, sir, to give a total of, 131 lectures or workshops
trying to
presented
show
in the area of violence,
It has
risk
nothing to do with
assessment,
this
sexual offenses, and
situation.
forensic
You
mental
can't really
health
show me that people are
and ethics.
decision, and then that
Yes,
they
that's
just
right. Yes.
forget that it's
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment,
how to kill.
treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles.
You
That's another focus, correct?
Because that
Yes,
got
it
me
is.
hot over here. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You've had a number of publications that you put in your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. Wait, what is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Spit it out.
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice,
Come on, Lord.
justice involving men,
Especially the human parts.
forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Desperate.
Yes.
Like,
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years. Yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision-making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, I mean, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that. Yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, juvenile, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescence. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir. You wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision-making is an article that you had, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years. Yes.
a number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Life sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of,
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, you wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is 25 words or less? What is that basically telling people? How to, what, withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad before, well, you were in college apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
okay,
his
so
research assistant at that time when
Yeah.
I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you, back then?
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written, DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Says, I mean, yes, thank you. So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay, how many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs. That's part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind,
I know.
yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or
Yeah,
FaceTime or something.
exactly.
You ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No,
No? Did you stay in a private house?
no.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Duxbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Abram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number one, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
We did this yesterday.
Day number two, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself and you
What it
administer
matters
the
where
psychological testing,
They
correct?
have two
Correct.
different opinions. They
And
have,
how long was that, sir?
they have
3
two
hours.
reports.
And day number three, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Abram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10 and a half hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Abram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired and wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was,
Objection, if you could answer.
oh, he's going to
No,
use my.
hold on. Would you ask the specific question, Doctor?
Wheelchair
Listen to that question, okay?
and on
My
medication.
question, sir,
Damn
was
different. You
at
read
any time
while she's not on
did you
medication.
or Abram Mack
Control of her diet.
offer to her to
See what
take
happens
a
when
break?
she gets to say what she feels
Yes.
or what
Did
medication
she accept that offer?
you don't want to accept.
Once she did and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law. She killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2
Oh, what's
disorder.
wrong, April? Feel better, April.
Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There, go.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right, that's funny.
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on.
I'm not.
And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, you know, she got all A's, she was hard driving and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation. And a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse, in a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with? Or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Here he
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the 2 older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. That's the facts we're dealing with, yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
This is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes,
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
yes,
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
I don't know if this is
You
the
know that in addition to
red that is.
date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay
for kids
alone or Lindsay with her husband
that
would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things, shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. Did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example, date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Of course, it was in
Date night for their 5th anniversary in
Just mention
22.
it to the jury. Was that in 2022?
Of course, it was in 2022. She killed him in 2023.
Anniversary is in December, right?
Everything was in
I
20.
don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr.
What
Reddington.
was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
You didn't
What he
jump out
said in response to that question is that
You got-
on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman
his
being
opinion.
concerned
You
about her
like
children,
to ask
leaving them.
Point
out
because you
of
know
the house,
exactly what he's
right?
saying.
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on,
We can finish.
Okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Because you don't want him to finish his sentence.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between,
Well, listen, no. We'll see if my question is not that confusing.
okay,
Did you testify, you done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
yes, I'm done
Okay,
saying that.
all right, that's good. Next question.
one of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes,
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what the.
Okay, well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, She was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October, thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her
Well,
depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How is she doing?
she was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the
Okay, wait,
drugs that were
wait,
prescribed.
no,
You can let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doug.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report that you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this starting in mid-October about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes,
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, "It's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?"
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, "horrible, intrusive thoughts." She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question,
treated.
sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status
Okay.
question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What
on a
question?
number of occasions,
Sir,
if I
what
might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What
Finish.
questions?
Finish that question and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes,
And she'd mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
that's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband
Tell
about
you
it.
that she said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children. And Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Huh?
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like? Do you have a plan? Things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You said, "You have
You did
a
not tell the doctors that. Don't.
That's one of the questions
We
that
don't
you ask.
hear
plan."
Yes.
The person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, then you just basically move on, give them more drugs. What do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts and you've appraised the risk. And the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it? How serious is it? Are there means? How is there a plan? What sort of detail is involved and so on? And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it. So,
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
yes,
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. Is what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
that's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very
Yes.
cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
Just what he said. When he said
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long. And so, no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually
Well,
get on an
she
inpatient
didn't.
basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
okay.
So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that in fact,
I can't believe he just said that.
it was recommended to her, I think by maybe
It just
the
pissed me off.
LASCW.
Let me tell you something. He spent all day having a pissing match with The fact that postpartum was not in the DSM, that the fact that postpartum was not adequately explained, thoroughly researched, or everywhere that it needed to be in order to pertain to women. He absolutely got into a fucking pissing match yesterday with Dr. Mack because he kept saying that where he was putting postpartum did not align with certain categories, all for you to make us tough through yesterday, all for us to get to it today, for you to go ahead and admit that you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis. It's just a medical term that means after you've had a baby. You old piece of shit. Like, why would you wait? Okay, never mind. Let me finish my coffee.
Lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression.
He asked
right?
the same question to Max and argued about it.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then
The way he
went skiing
argued
with
about
Cora.
that yesterday is
correct?
ridiculous.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by.
Kept arguing about that damn
doctor,
DSM, and you
some
understand
people,
why it's
correct?
not there.
Yes,
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful,
Yes,
but there are
is what
there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are
it's not
involved
on
in.
trial.
Right,
Lindsay
so
is.
various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to.
No, he was just saying the word
employees of the hospital.
postpartum.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of
I
that
didn't ask you
program.
about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management,
This is frustrating
right?
Yes.
because there are
A
people
partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
that to the diagnosis
right?
of bipolar.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
There are plenty-
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts?
and they're not
Outpatient management?
Yes, that's living at home in the community and being treated by
made it
a
seem like
psychiatrist,
it was the worst thing in the world.
which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right, well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. Is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist advertising that they specialize in
What does he have to do with
postnatal
Tufts?
issues is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk? Oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
Television set. Here we go again.
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment
It
was done
wasn't a
remotely.
billboard. It was on the web.
Remotely? So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on a Zoom, you're on whatever. That's, I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that
Somebody in the
her admission to the hospital
I just think
was because they did not feel
Now, listen, don't get me wrong, because I don't want y'all to take this the wrong way. Any other time a lawyer or anybody is able to defend the hell out of their client and give the information, it's up to the jury, unfortunately, but fortunately, to keep it straight. So if he gives it to the jury in a place where he says, well, this person was advertising, which from testimony, we know that it was just on the website. It wasn't a billboard. It wasn't marketing. But this person's advertising that they're a specialist. So are they qualified to take care of her symptomology? First of all, how can he even answer that about another doctor? He don't know what was advertised. He don't know what was testified to. And who can say what her symptomology was? Because she really wasn't telling anybody everything. Not one person had all of the details. Only person that had all of the clues to this Scooby-Doo mystery was Lindsay. Period. The only thing that's frustrating, I think I'm getting frustrated now because, any other time I would say, oh, they're so clever defending their client. But the only thing that's scaring me now is that, one, this is going to be case law that has to deal with mental health. And what's going to happen is now that you're sitting here saying, oh, well, they were advertising this and was the doctor qualified to get on the television set? And first of all, don't do that. The truth is bad enough. And if the truth is psychosis, then the truth is psychosis. We don't have to attack Tufts, attack virtual or telehealth, because wouldn't you rather see your client than not see them at all? So we're attacking Tufts. We're attacking whatever was on their website. We're trying to have a doctor say if another doctor was qualified. We're attacking telehealth. We're making it seem like it's the worst thing in the world to be bipolar. What in the world? And your doctor had to appear to testify virtually. It's like, don't do that. If she was in psychosis, she was in psychosis. It was bad enough. There are 3 babies gone. We do not have to play word games. But I think I just need to turn my mic off, because I think I'm getting. If you have a family member that deals with mental health issues, male or female, postpartum or not, you just really want the right thing to be out there so they can get the right help, and so families can have the right help when things like this happen. We are literally dealing with an adult that has no power of attorney, that has no one that can absolutely say, grab him, get him. He needs to sit down for a minute. He's not right. Okay. And it's frustrating. And so to do this is like you're saying that any person that just simply doesn't want to be away from their children or just simply doesn't want to do this is a bad person. That's not what they're saying. And you know it. Go give me an
And I
ice.
quote that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
The failure to help her, period.
Some people will otherwise not make it.
They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Either.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I
tell me
wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island?
Yes,
Oh, this jury, right?
yes.
And what was the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
You rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Miss Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties. And so she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might,
Yeah, you might.
if she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said
And it was in the records. Your doctor testified to that.
with their program, as you put it,
She told them her
overlay of over-medication.
the reason why she was like that was because of the Seroquel. And they said this is for postpartum, not for issues with over medication.
Do you have any memory of that at all?
there were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed.
Because of what she reported.
Over-medicated.
All of this has to be taken into account. But I understand. I do
You
understand.
recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so I
Good.
can read it back to
Can you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Exhibit 220.
Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and infants hospital record.
I'm on page 18 of my report. And
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the
Why don't you just
depression
read it?
because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I gotta get to work.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? We'll come back shortly. Okay.
All rise, please. Good, I close the roll, please. Okay.
Ooh, okay. Break was needed. Break was damn needed. We're not even gonna lie about that. A break was needed. I think that Red is doing an absolute. He is absolutely defending his.
Be in recess at this time. Thank you.
He's defending his client to the utmost. I think the scary part about it is personal, so I'll just shut up. But I think he is defending her to the utmost, as far as leading to the point where, if this is a great mother who's singing to her children every night, she's building snowmen hours before, she's doing everything that she can to be a great mother. She's worried about being a great mother. What's so different from her and any other great mother because she's anxious about not being around them, or she's anxious about them being out of her sight? Like, what's so different? And so he's leading up to the point that everything was just fine. Everything was okay. Everything was good to go. And then something happened. So what else could it have been, almost to an extent? And again, it's not really Red's burden to prove that she was in psychosis. It's more of the state's burden to prove that she was not. Two things are absolutely true at one time. And I honestly am not on the side of premeditated or postpartum psychosis at all. I'm still in the middle. I have not seen where I'm leaning towards one or the other. I will say main arguments that stick out in my mind at this point is that, like, I need to know, somebody's got to say something in closing about whether or not you can make these decisions during psychosis, because their expert absolutely said, you're not making the decisions, you're not there, you're out of it. And so when he's saying that she's making decisions, choices, and we know when you say those kids' names and things of that nature, but we have had that question. This is the first time we've had, I said a hung jury too, are good. This is the first time we've heard our question out loud in this trial. Remember, our question was, why the basement? Why in the husband's space? One sec, guys. Okay, what I miss? Uh-oh, do we need Leslie Jordan? I'm back. Do we need Leslie Jordan? Mama, I'm talking to my friends. Because I absolutely see how this did go to trial. And I see, yes, we all have our opinions. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. We welcome all opinions. But I definitely do see how this went to trial. I definitely can see how this went to trial. And that's because on the front end of it, you say, well, this person, I think the very human part of everybody says anyone, can't fathom taking out your children. So you kind of, on a very human level, say, she took out her kids, she must be crazy, right? Because how else do you understand it in this lifetime? But this person had to be crazy, right? But when you have mental health professionals saying, yeah, that would be one of the rarest forms of psychosis I've ever seen. That would be the rarest form of X, Y, and Z. She's kind of worried about herself. She's only focused on future things for herself. Well, she was hearing voices. She never heard them again. Voice didn't give her any instructions. She never told these doctors about the voices. And then you have to understand whether right, wrong, or different or indifferent. There is going to be a group of people that look at Lindsay and assume that she had specialized knowledge because of her profession. So that's going to work against Lindsay. I think also the fact that Lindsay did not report everything that she should have reported, that caused and helped get her into trial. I think because Lindsay dismissed and refused the very diagnosis that she now has while in the Duxbury State Hospital. So therefore, she was told that being on the wrong medication will send her into an episode, and her husband declined that diagnosis. I think, yeah, that helped her get there. Now, the other things that are working in Lindsay's favor, besides the very human basis that if you killed your kids, you must be crazy. She has other things. She was reaching out. She did have multiple doctors. She was, all of that stuff. So well, the other thing about trial too is the grand jury process. So, and we learned in the YSL trial that sometimes that don't even matter, right? Yes, Samson, that's kind of what Laura was stating earlier. You can't plead guilty to not guilty. And she's going for not guilty by reason of kind of like by reason of insanity, or in Massachusetts it's called not criminally responsible. And the state wasn't going to go with pleading guilty to not guilty, right? But you got to also remember that the state is of the mind that this was premeditated. So it's not just a matter of what we want a punishment to look like from the state. This is a matter of the state feels this was premeditated. So that's another part of this. State's not really going for not criminally responsible. And we can tell how bad the state is going for this by some of the things that have been brought up, including religion, which is they going for it. They risking pissing off the judge. Oh, y'all talking about the girl in Chicago? She took that plea yesterday. Oh, yeah, I seen that. I seen it. what was her name? She took the plea yesterday. I saw that right before trial started. Right before trial started. There was a young lady. I can't even think of her name, and my notes are in my room. There was a young lady in, I believe, Chicago. She was in, unfortunately, a DV situation, a domestic situation. And she was in the process of being harmed. Is that her name, Keisha? Was it Keisha Gordon? She was in the process of being harmed by her significant Golden. There we go. I was like, Gordon? Golden. Okay. She was in the process of being harmed. And in an effort, and she was with child. She was pregnant at the same time. The DV, right. The DV was very well documented. But she was still there. She was with child. Now, there have been many rumors about what happened or what was happening. There have been people who have reported she was protecting her stomach, like he was going for her stomach. She would not let him get to her stomach. He grabbed her allegedly by the head and was slamming her head on the counter. She was near dishes, and so she grabbed a sharp dish, and while her head was down, went into the sharp dish went into, she put that sharp dish into his thigh and took off running and took off. This was, of course, it unfortunately hit a artery in his leg, you know, the one that don't take long, and he did not make it. And the state charged her with a big M, and she was supposed to start trial yesterday, even though this was a well-documented ongoing domestic situation, and she was pregnant. I believe she was going to argue self-defense, but when trial was supposed, right before trial started yesterday, she did take a plea of involuntary manslaughter, with 24 months probation, no jail time. I don't know if she just didn't want to do it. It seems like she really, really feels bad that it even happened, even though the distress that she was in, which to me shows how much of a battered woman that she was. I learned some really hard statistics. I'm sure they're probably different now, but I had a friend that went through a domestic situation, and it was so bad that her mother filed charges on her, saying that she couldn't keep her child safe because she refused to leave the child's father. And it was a really big deal back then. And she was mandated to, it was like court mandated therapy or something that she had to go to. And they gave her statistics, like, you know, a woman, she used to throw the statistics at me because we used to argue. Forgive me, I was young, so I didn't really probably have the best approach or delivery. But in some of our spats and arguments about how I felt about her situation, which wasn't the best, I was young again, she would yell things at me like, you know, a woman goes back. I forgot I'm not even on camera. I was trying to hide my face from my faces earlier, but she would yell like, a woman goes back 7 times before she makes a decision. And I would always say like, well, what's the decision? And she was like, well, she either leaves or he unalives her. And I was, you know, I was young. Okay. And I'm like, well, that don't sound like a choice. That sounds like Russian roulette, you know? And we would argue about the situation. So when people are not going to leave until they're ready to leave. You can show them a better a better way. You can think you're helping them. You can think they're saving them. Bingo, Keisha. Sometimes leaving is the most dangerous. Trying to leave is probably sometimes more dangerous than staying in the situation. And it's like really Russian roulette. You damned if you do, damned if you don't. We were, and it was a very scary time because this was a person that did not hide it. You know, he did not hide it. He did not like wait till everybody was gone. You know, like he started getting to the point where he did it in front of me and my cousin. And I had a cousin that was with me from out of town. So this is not anybody that he knew. And he saw us sitting there, you know, girls getting ready to go out, and him and his guys were in the front room. So there was a group of people. Him and his guys are in the front room. Her and her girls, we were sitting around the table, you know, having drink, kind of pre-gaming before going out when we were young. And it started in the bedroom and kind of fell out into where we were, and he did not stop. So sometimes it's you can't help, and it makes you feel even more helpless and even more powerless because you can't help people who don't want to be helped when they want to mac juice. And it's really, I'll be really transparent, that really like still sticks with me at 41 years old. And we were friends at 14 all the way up until probably around that time. We were 22. No, we were 23, 24, and then never spoke again. We stopped speaking because one, he jumped at me, and you know that didn't go down right. And two, it was like I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't do it like the 7 times, or one time I got a call with screaming in the background, and I called back, and he answered her phone and was like, she ain't gonna answer this phone, and hung it up. Like, you know, stuff like that, where you go running over there with the police and you try to help, and then you be like, oh, sure, I'll watch your daughter while you go get breakfast, and you find out she didn't go get breakfast. She went downtown and dropped the charges. Stuff like that. Never, Montresa, never to a man. Oh my God. That was probably the most annoying part because, again, I'm putting my hands up in surrender, okay? I was young, okay? So this is not the way. I'm not condoning violence. I'm not saying don't ever don't do what I said do. I'm telling you, I was young. I was not in my best mature mind. But I started going, if I went around or if I knew he was going to be there, I made sure I had somebody with me. Now, I always say that is the worst thing you can do because men do not beef like women. And so the men will go and go and go and go until egos take one of them out here. Women, we can look at her, see last year's shoes, a bad outfit, the taps missing off her heels, and be like, and you know, and that's enough for us. But men don't, especially young guys, they don't beef like that. Somebody will not be here over constantly clashing. So that's why I say do not put people in those situations, especially men, if you can help it. But back then, I would always make sure I had somebody with me because I didn't think he would think twice about hitting me. And he used to spit. Oh, it was the nastiest thing ever. That was his favorite thing to do. He would, and he was something. Okay, he used to. But as a young person, without the best guidance and not and definitely in need of guidance, I would always make sure I had somebody with me just in case. And I would always just in my heart, in my immature heart and mind, I would just wish he would just start something with that guy. Do you hear me? I would just, woo, go, say it now. I dare you. And he never would. Never would. Women, girls, older women, all females. Always. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. But I've seen a lot of comments. I am praying for anyone who is either going through, has been through, understands what it goes through, has watched somebody go through any type of domestic situation like that. I am not opposed to dropping links. If you have any resources for anyone dealing with anything domestic or anything postpartum, please post them, because this is not just Lindsay in the sense, I ain't gonna sit up here and do no I am Lindsay Clancy, but it's not just Lindsay. Postpartum is real. Struggling after giving birth is real. Being a parent is a struggle in itself. It's real. You constantly feel inadequate. You constantly feel like you may not have done it right. If you ever have those feelings, it's absolutely normal. But if it doesn't feel like, if you're not able to accept your small wins, like, yesterday Denver might have embarrassed me in the grocery store. He said, "Mom, I smell something and I think it's coming from in there," pointing at somebody's skirt. That was a fail for me, because I'm like, dude, really? But on other days, me and Denver might make it through without a tussle. If you can accept the small wins and see where you are absolutely making it and constantly making it and constantly getting through it, then definitely, hopefully we can find a resource for you. Tell somebody, because we don't get it right every single day, right? We don't get it right every single day. And sometimes you can't take shit day by day. Sometimes you got to take it hour by hour. And if that don't work, go minute by minute. And if you got to, go on, do second by second. Do what you got to do. Boys will test you, okay? Boys will test you. Boys will test you. But if you can't accept the wins, if it's not going good, if you know something's not quite right, tell somebody, find a resource, do what you got to do. Tell a health if you got to, if you can't get to it, if you don't have time, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. People, that sound like Tiff Ann. That sound like Tiff Ann. Oh, Tierra, I'm so sorry. I know you probably looked at that person like, because you can't even apologize enough for that. And then you're like, okay, so do we have to, we're gonna have to handle this physically or what? Because are you really, I'm sorry, but I didn't teach her that. That's where you get that part. Like, I did not teach her that. I did not teach you that. Like, no, you didn't act like this in front of these people. Listen, yesterday I had to tell, listen, sometimes you gotta tell kids, because yesterday Denver was out of the tub, he's putting on his lotion, and I said, you missed something. Hand me those ankles, because Denver have ashy ankles. I don't know why he always missed the ankles. He will lotion the bottom of his feet in between his toes. He misses ankles every time. I don't know. Don't ask me. You see, parenting fail. Okay. So every night I have to check Denver's ankles, okay? And I went to do, like, give me your ankles so I can put some lotion on them. And he said, "Where's my ankles?" I don't know. Where's my ankles? And he kept playing and handed me his elbow. He handed me his knee. And I had to tell him, you go somewhere else outside of this house and start asking people where your ankles are, and they're going to keep you. Like, tell them the truth. Because they'll make you look crazy, then get in front of somebody and say, "Where's my ankles?" Like, boy, you are this old and you don't know where you, like, make somebody think he don't know his body parts or something. Make you look crazy. You gotta watch them. They're trying to make a fool out of you. Terry. Oh, what was this? Okay. You know, take the small wins because they'll make a fool out you. They'll make a fool out you. And then they'll test you. Yesterday, Denver got off the bus. I said, "You have a good day?" He said, "Yes, now I need to go to Walmart." For what? I had a good day. Why did we go to Walmart? Because you had a good, you better have had a good day. And I said, you know what? I started to start asking the questions. Like, Denver, you had a good day. Did the teacher have a good day too? Like, because I know sometimes you'll have a good day and I'll be over, lock myself in a closet trying to talk to Jesus, okay? What was this? Where was his mom and why was he in the store by? Now Dallas always has a, like, he can have a mom but nobody else can. So like getting him to understand that Mama was actually Dad's mommy, he was just looking at her like, how? Like, dude. And then my grandmother, I told y'all about my grandmother. She is the bougie one, okay? And so she always told us, we call her mom, like mom twice, because she told us when we were kids, no, I don't want any of those ugly or old names. I don't want no mama, grandma, granny. Like, you were not allowed to call her any of those things. She taught us mom. And then we called, of course, pop. He was a grown man. He was just little. So when we went to Columbus to surprise everybody during the 4th of July, we get there and, you know, my mom lives with Brittany's mom. And so they call Brittany's mom Gigi because she's my godmother. So these are like her god grandkids, as she calls it, named it herself. So they call her Gigi for god grandmother. Okay. So they go over Gigi's house and Gigi says, they said, Dallas is saying, "Hi, grandma, you're my grandma." And my mom at 82 years old, "Oh, no, do not call me grandma, mama. Don't call me that." And so Dallas got so frustrated with her. She's like, "But you," he was like, "But you are my grandma." And they was going at it. So now Dallas just calls her Gigi's mommy. Gigi's mom, do you have, I'm like, just call her mom. Gigi's mom, Gigi's mommy. That's what he calls her. Lolly and Pop, I love that. That is too cute. That is too cute. I love it. I guess well, hopefully your grandkids go with it, because Tiffany's son, that was my mom's first grandson, her first grandchild, and she tried to get like a cute name. Like, she didn't want to be a grandma, she wanted to be a glamma. So she wanted to be Glammy or Glamma, and what did Zaire start calling her? Mimi. Only one of her grandkids that calls her Mimi. Then my baby sister, she has 5, and they all call her Mama. And then my kids just start calling her Mama. But I let her, like, what do you want them to call you? And she was like, Mama. Everybody calls you Mama, except for Zaire. Zaire calls her Mimi. I don't know where it came from. They came up with that themselves. Get him, you're his mom. Listen, Listen. I mean, well, where's the lie? You are the mom, get him. The grandparent thing is a little crazy, right? Because y'all know I'm one of those people. I know there's a few in the chat that are parenting parents right now. My mom is ridiculous. And answering that phone, dear God, okay? So we're parenting parents who want to grandparent different than they parented us. Like, I'm sure, I'll just say hypothetically, that my mom probably sent me to glory twice. Like my mom, and she don't remember none of it. I never yelled at you. What? I didn't yell at you. I didn't do that. What? Like, and it's like never is a strong word. I never. You gonna say never? Like never, ever, ever? Like I wasn't even allowed to say lie. And then I told her, I said, you was a lie. She looked at me like, and then I'm sitting up here at 40, 41 years old talking about you fibbing because she about to pop me. Right there, you about to lay hands on me and you gonna tell me you ain't never. Like, never. Baby, I remember you came home and saw a fingerprint on your table. And your investigative studies determined that it was mine. And you had 3 kids. And you about took off on my ass. But you teaching these kids. Hold on.
This court's now in session to be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus
But these
Lindsay
kids
Clancy.
climb the
All parties are
wall.
present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was a history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion.
You can't say lie.
End
You
quote,
know,
quote,
Shante, you
can't
lie.
feel love. End quote.
Story.
Quote, my life is becoming a disaster. End quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she was she couldn't feel things emotionally that. So.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
You get punished.
In the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you.
And
Yes.
that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
Can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for generalized anxiety disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out, you have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs. Right?
An apology. We don't want to hear.
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan,
Lack of sleep
did
leads.
you make note of the fact, and I quote, of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back. You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window, he spoke with her, is what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate
No,
it.
I'm just going to ask, sir, if, would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right? From the hospital.
Yes,
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
that's correct.
And this was on January 5.
One discharge.
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
No, he didn't.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said of combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combine 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia,
How'd you get
and
up?
that she was numb, right? Yet again,
Yes,
and a zombie, yet again, right?
yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your
Oh, okay.
testimony. Yes, okay. All
I
right.
misunderstood your
That's
question.
all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes,
It was also counseling. She went to counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
the counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing?
In
Did this woman not want to
Objection.
go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How is it limited?
You gonna keep going?
It was short-term and supportive as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly
Hirsch,
one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So, yes,
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All set?
finished. I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? for a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from work.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
Yes and no.
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just
Oh,
trying to
I'm sorry. I
describe
thought
how
you
she
said-
thinks and
No, let him
feels and
finish.
behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right, next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible, that's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Or something else.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Told about it.
Well, Dr. Helbrin testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir, to tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
That's not all she was told, and she didn't do it.
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you of course ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor in the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
Actually told
And
her.
then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah. Good. Next question. Go ahead.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr.
Okay.
Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse
Yes,
reaction?
dear. He said, stop saying no.
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
Sorry?
Oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you
Objection.
believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Ooh, Keisha.
Overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids, a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Dear God.
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know that she lost
we
her
have
money.
the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury, that you were struggling over, trying to find mania, manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection, may we approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Counsel.
Apparently because she lost money. He said that before, that was a scam. But I see what he's trying to do. I think they're going to have to do it a little bit better because he's claiming that the exercise, the cleaning, is that I'm guessing that's the garage? And then the fact that she was losing money, which I remember I did say one of my friends was, not one of my friends, but somebody I follow online, somebody I know of, actually said that's how they determined that she was in an episode, a bipolar episode, because she was giving away her money, kind of like charity or fundraising. So that was a sign of mania, but I don't know that selling or thinking you could do I don't know that means it's a scam because everybody's not a salesman. Everybody's not a salesman. Some people can sell water to a whale, and some people it isn't going to work. It sounds like a good idea, but some people do well and some people don't. I don't want to say certain things, but I know of certain programs where people would sign people up and have them try to sell too, and that person would get all the money and the percentage of everything else, and some people didn't do so well, you know? But they said that the garage clean out was organized. The exercising, it wasn't in excess. It wasn't anything indicative of mania. Nobody found mania from the garage in the exercise and the beach body. Plus, she could have participated in the beach body stuff because she was actually very conscious about her health. So, Lord. Oh, who hit that exhale like that?
So District Attorney asked you a question yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world. She felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
the answer is yes. Can I ask about the transcript for her? She can cover it? Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days.
yes,
Let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
it's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
That don't sound like
Uh,
up everything. That just means 2 out of
there are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this
I
morning?
do,
sir?
yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
no, it is
So
consistent.
the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you were,
answer.
but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
Jesus.
You used,
Hold Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Halbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah.
Is that consistent
Okay.
with disassociation?
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered. And it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay, after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes, there
And
were.
there was severe mental illness involved, right?
There were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a
And-
question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay,
Thought broadcasting.
That's what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they
Hear
were?
her thoughts,
in
not
mind?
read her mind.
Intrusive thoughts.
She was afraid of that. And so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right,
Sure.
hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Halbrin's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay?
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay.
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that she her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud, and I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts? Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about?
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible explanations.
I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, that, counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what
Okay.
I'm responding to.
Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cut off about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
But would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different
I'm
organizations
not asking about
use.
outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else. And there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overall.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer an informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Ms. Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children
Yes.
and herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If
That
in
would-
fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for
Let's
example,
not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
and my answer would be it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed you were in college or something. But in fact, it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? Person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir? If you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay? Do you agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
All right, you're going
Could
to
be
tell me it's a
postpartum
symptom
or
of
it could
depression
be-
constantly. My
Right.
question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say.
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if
Don't.
letting someone stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did. Yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't
broadly.
care what I'm asking you, sir. Are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it. Yes. Of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations. Yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs. Yes,
Dis-
or fixed false
distorted
beliefs.
reality.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was, yes, she was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right, and
I
then
don't
she
see
took
that
the kids.
mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? AKASTHESIA, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed.
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change, obviously.
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself, semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Lord knows, I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
There are symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Duxbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, and also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they in effect created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to
Well, I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluations to say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children and how that was, how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us why, what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection, it's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her, and even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So so that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said that there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yeah, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
Internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner, mental health workers, Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the two of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was in fact over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication is having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada, and nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse. But was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication. And she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December. And then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for. Yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy.
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis automatically act on a command hallucination, and you said not be responsible, and you said it depends. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of question.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow the Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then just non-leading questions at that point.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things. Sir, first of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the sub category.
On the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overruled.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it
And
does
that
have an
measures-
L scale.
That measures if a person, to you as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's
Okay,
much
the answer is
closer
yes.
to
The
that.
answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on.
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes, I
Okay.
did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the
No,
things.
not what researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while. You had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. Move sidebar.
No.
Yeah, come on. Como?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. We'll come back, call off and call their last witness. So during lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it, don't read about it, don't listen to it. Put it out of your head, and I'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Jury's back to the forum.
Anything we need to discuss before 2 o'clock,
No, Your Honor.
counsel? All right. We'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, stand to recess.
Turn back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we all set for the jury? Yes. Yes, counsel? All right.
There is still a trial scheduled in Brockton on Monday. When the hearing-
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Como?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Good afternoon, sir. You stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor. Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Saathoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children, I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult to institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI and working at UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the...
Let me tell y'all something. If there ever was a time for her to fall the fuck out, fall out. Fall the fuck out. Where's Father Bob? Jesus. If you've been praying, Lindsay, this is time to go ahead and tap on that door and see if you can get that prayer past the ceiling. Because he's forensic psychiatry, works in corrections, teaches. Baby, I hope you don't have nothing in your dang on CV that Red gonna find, but Red gonna have to act a ass to get through this. And the behavior analysis unit for the FBI said he the lead psychiatrist. Asked him how long he been there. He's been in that position. He said since 1996. Baby, fall the fuck out. Fall the fuck out.
Fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist.
That's why he laughed.
Yes.
Right.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
Oh, hell, Lindsay,
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
Jesus.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for
Oh, Red, you got to tell
working with
me if you can.
patient inmates.
Violent. Damn.
Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison because I felt that that was important, and my students felt that that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience
Oh,
in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons,
oh God.
treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
Oh,
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point. No, overall.
how you gonna object? You can ask that
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so,
First sidebar. Sure.
That's a Rick, I'm gonna object at this point. Yeah, you better. I don't know what it's gonna do, but you better. You've been asking every doctor how many people they have dealt with that is in psychosis or postpartum psychosis. And this man said not only do he deal with inmates, but female ones, and not only female ones, but female ones that have taken out their children, about 5 to 7 of which he has evaluated, treated, created a group for them. And he's pretty much saying, go on, send her to prison. She'll be all right. I'm there. Fall the fuck out, Lindsay. Lindsay, you better take a screw out one of them wheels and just have your whole shit collapse because they had a plan. And it sounds like he might be it. They set you up, Lindsay. They got Hodge up there. They got Hodge up there. Listen. That mean they got Penelope doing the dang on research. When you got Hodge up there and the team, the behavioral analyst unit, we didn't watch them. Y'all know I'm playing, but y'all know what I mean. I'm serious. I'm playing, but I'm serious. Oh God, this is going to be interesting. Let's say that. This is going to be very interesting. Oh Lord, this is going to be. Because think about it, you've asked every single doctor their experience with.
Excuse me.
We had none.
Doctor, you were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that and what type of hospital?
It was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
An article, we published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
Reddington, you got to be ready for this.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes. The FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations, and so we call those perceptual disturbances. That it's oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations, or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis, or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder or schizoaffective disorder or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent,
So that CV better be true as the sky is blue, because you know that's what red
it just
is written.
is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
SMI, Lord.
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound. And that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy,
Oh.
what types of
You
records
said you used
and
something
other
to
materials
pay,
did you
Greg?
review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient, inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Duxbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, or they went to the Cape Codder water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format.
Up that Zoom.
There are
Definitely.
certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went. And that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts
the voice
that
being
she
Pat
made
now.
to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Huh?
Doctor, was there
What?
anything about what she reported to you?
Lawyer
about
by
her
heart, are we hearing
voice
this?
that was significant to you in your evaluation, and if so, why?
The voice was on repeat?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she
I'm about to say, but the voice stopped.
strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
So she got relief from the voice after the kids and didn't require her doing more to herself. They're going to say that was a
She had
person who killed.
certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on
Red, you better have something, baby.
2 occasions.
And
that's day and night.
Doctor,
we already know what the 2 occasions
you
is,
also
baby.
mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that. You want the same objection as raised before?
Council, can I see it?
Look how he just looked at him. Oh, side damn bar. Yeah, they need a second to regroup. Where is he going with this? Yeah, this is gonna be a tussle. But anybody, the last witness would definitely be a tussle anyway, because this is it. This is it. This is Red's last chance to defend besides closings. You know, we have to tail into this thing. We got way more behind us in this trial than we have in front of us, so it's going to hell. It's going straight. They're going to take and do a barbecue right next to Satan's pinky toe with this witness. I bet you. I damn bet you. The tough part is you would think it would be hard for, you can break down another psychologist or psychiatrist who maybe does their CV if they don't have the background, they don't have the experience. Doesn't mean they're not qualified, because they are who they are and they got to where they are by working their asses off. But you can kind of break them down or kind of chip away at their credibility, you know, by the way that Red has been chipping away at CVs that have nothing to do with his client. And rightfully so. Because if you're going to tell me something wrong with me, get somebody who can say it's wrong with me. Just don't get somebody in or around that area.
Training and experience in dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling. Is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training and experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go.
Said the DJ had it on replay.
It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That is that would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example. As required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobie hearing at this point, Judge, unless this is, I'd like to test his qualifications to
I'm
this.
gonna, same objection, same ruling.
Ah, you want to
So
test the
your opinion is it's
qualifications?
not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes. She said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken
They
nuggets?
were already
on the
eating
couch?
nuggets and green beans.
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern.
Just turn your
One of
phone
them
off,
is,
Patrick. They're gonna say you planted
it's
the
not
nugget
correct
bowl on the
in the
damn
statement.
couch.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving
No, what
you
in
one
the toilet?
version
You
of
gotta
what the
check in
voice
on her.
told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left.
Maybe this is what they're talking
And
about.
so we're talking about a, significant difference in time. And those two just, they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
All right. So how did you
Now,
get to which one you should consider?
Further
Doc?
along in your analysis, you
Bring us along.
talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that? And what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick.
I didn't say believe all of Patrick either.
When she was in nursing school. And that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year.
I ain't got to tell you nothing if we ain't dating. Definitely ain't doing this part.
I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other
I believe the nursing school stuff.
Aspects too, where
guys, he's just saying that Patrick was unaware that she took meds while they were dating. If we just dating, I don't have to tell you my business. I mean, technically, I don't have to tell Big Uncle my business now, but there are things that you would share, with that being your healthcare proxy in most cases. But he was unaware that she already had some issues that required a psychiatrist. Kind of par for the course, because you would think as he would be aware, especially even if she didn't tell him while they were dating. Once they were married, had kids, and she started having issues like, hey, I had an issue before with anxiety, that maybe she would have told him. But I'm not that surprised that he didn't know, because I ain't got to tell you shit while we dating. I could be dating 2-3 y'all. I ain't got to tell you shit.
Portrayal.
You better hope you know my real mama's name.
Misled others in terms of how she was doing.
I probably wouldn't have told
Can
him.
you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well.
Yeah, friend, you don't even know my business.
And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending
You would have ran them off.
on Instagram,
Maybe.
and the like, really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having a real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but
Go
just
ahead,
to
Stu.
get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after
Saved me
this,
man, I'm so glad it saved you, baby.
experience.
Yeah, if we could have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
Now, damn it.
The fact that
I wonder if she would have took it if it would have stayed off the record with Rose.
To help her, and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash. Was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written a prescription
A
and
rash.
it had been filled.
Heck, if you don't go buy
Nurse
you a
Gelada
thing of
also wrote
Desitin
a
and some A&D
prescription
ointment,
for
some
the
baby powder and some
Lamictal.
cornstarch.
And Ms. Clancy told her, well, you
You want to
can
be in your right
cancel that
mind,
because
don't
I
you?
already have a prescription
Damn the rash.
of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor
It don't work
that she
like
had
that,
decided
Miss J.
not to take it.
They say rat is fatal.
Doctor, was there also something that
He
you
was
noticed
taking
in the
Benadryl.
way
Oh, you mean like for, I don't
she
know if it
described,
helps
Ms. Clancy
if it's
described to
fatal.
you
Rosemary, I'm just so
how
lost.
she was feeling at McLean
Why did we
Hospital
do
when she was
something?
there
Lindsay,
versus
try
the
it.
description
Try
of her
something.
feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
Something's
And what
missing,
was the
Chris.
difference between the two, and how was it
Because
significant
this
in
is
your
not making any
evaluation?
sense.
I recall that she told
Fatal
me
with
that
burning insides.
her,
Why are they giving that to
she felt
people?
like a zombie. Very, very significantly affected. And certainly, while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was
Burning
not
inside.
doing well, there were
Sound like
differences in
dip.
terms of how she
Who framed Roger
characterized
Rabbit
that.
when they was getting rid of tunes?
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able
That's the
the
end all be all
prescriber
to this
is
part
to
of it. The
make a
more candid you
determination
are,
about how best to treat
the better they can treat
those
you.
symptoms. And also it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative
I hate that she was
treatments
jumping on
and
and
had
off of them.
discussed with
Probably didn't help
Dr. Tufts
either.
earlier the potential for
One day and 3
esketamine.
days, and then trying something else, and then stopping and trying
This is
something else for a couple of
an
days.
FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects
Third degree.
in
Oh my God.
treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Well, Doctor, did you discuss with
I really feel like no one doctor had everything she was going
her
through.
ability to
The person that held
suppress
all
her
the
feelings
symptoms
and
and
kind
secrets
of
was her
mold her
mom.
behavior into what she wanted people to see?
That's the only person who knew everything was her mom.
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation.
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was
Her mom was the
a
safe
longtime
one for her.
friend.
My mom would have
from
called them people on me.
when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
Well, it was rehab, so they can't Spalding was the rehab place, right?
And so, doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus
Oh, Nicole, they was
records
looking
show
for you.
that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the
You would think.
spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
Jesus.
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say how what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day, and it's a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V
He just did right
restaurant in Plymouth.
He heard you.
But also looking at, basically making plans to
Mia, you think she was now?
have the food ordered. And she had texted
This ain't
her
helpful.
husband
You give
ultimately
Ray a chance
and
to
asked
swing
him
at
about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number getting information
Summer.
prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about takeout, getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, etc. And so this reversal in terms of what she told me and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could remember about getting takeout was 3V. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3V. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family.
Oh God!
But they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V, and so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V?
We're
And
gonna
she had
throw something at
already
him.
done lots of checking about distance and the like.
Damn,
I thought was
Lindsay.
inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and, or what she told Patrick and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was
I hope
something
you're ready, Red.
Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3B, driving to 3B, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, the suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objection as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose. Because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so essentially how many times, how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry?
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was
Objection. Requesting what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry.
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills?
The way them
Whether she took
eyebrows
handfuls or
just
just
went up.
handfuls?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection, leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, she, after strangling the 3 children with the exercise bands, she went up the steps, went to the kitchen, she got a knife, and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom, and described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table, there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance? I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You
Yes.
done with that answer? All right, next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
Well, I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or strike that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, I mean, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink
Are you
them.
going where I think you're
And
going?
so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process.
Did they test the cup? Because, sir, what are you trying to say?
So-
that it was Kool-Aid? That was
and
the powder from
she
lemonade?
also
Lemonade or something?
did not.
What are you saying?
It was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked, and she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Jesus, protect your peace.
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, the kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan upstairs? And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down, and he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive.
Jesus.
It's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet. But the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there. I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run.
Miss Jones, I asked her from the
And,
beginning, why his
and
office?
so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to this.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
I hate to say it, Red. These are questions a lot of us had. Because you know those babies had to struggle. You know they had to struggle. You know they weren't just going to go. You know good and dang on well they weren't, especially Dawson. Y'all said Dawson is rambunctious, he's silly, but all in all, he got under her skin and he would move around, not sit down when he's supposed to. He was being a typical 3-year-old. But you could tell that even when they were at the science museum, he was exploring. He was all around. Red, you got a lot of rebutting to do. So I'm not gonna lie. This is a hard one. Damn. That just fucked me up. I mean, excuse my language, but I will say this is the first time in this trial I've felt premeditation. And I'm not even gonna say I'm seeing premeditation. I'm gonna say this is the first time that psychosis start looking like Swiss cheese. I'll say that. I'm not gonna say I see all the premeditation in the world, but this is the first time psychosis start looking like Swiss cheese. And when psychosis starts to look like Swiss cheese, we kind of are left with nothing else but psychosis. I mean, not psychosis, but nothing else but premeditation. Like I have to start coming to the realization that you might have really did something to, like I know you did something to your kids, but like you might have wanted to do something to that. I think that's the hard part because they're babies. So in my mind, as a human, I would think to do something to a child, you must be crazy. Something was wrong. Something just was wrong. But the Swiss cheese that this psychosis is given is fucking me up. I'm not gonna lie. It's really fucking me up because it's really making me feel like you did this to your kids. You did, man. Yeah, and it's gonna make me say something I ain't got no business saying. I'm about to mute because. Yeah, we got to see the Reddington ain't no easy win, so he gonna come out swinging. I don't know what he gonna be able to swing, but like I said, that CV better be as true as the sky is blue, cause he gonna find it. He gonna find it. He gonna find it, but you got to do something like Nope, I can't think of where their experts actually spoke on the voice, the frequency of the voice. Trying to think of
All
the
right, Doc, you may step down. If you like. You may
The
step
def-
down this time.
Step down.
Yeah, please.
I don't think the defense experts
All right, well,
spoke
members
on
of the
that part.
jury, we're going to break for today, all right? And in talking to counsel over here, it is anticipated that the evidence will close tomorrow, all right? So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after. All right. So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right. So I just kind of want to give as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this prediction, but I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right. And like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply to this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about
This is
this.
great
Don't listen to
and
anything about this.
terrible
Don't watch
for
anything about
Reddington,
this.
in my opinion.
And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will, the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all right. Please.
All right, guys.
It's a flashcard of that video.
I think that's all I can take today. I'll have to watch Keffe D a little bit later. Are they still on? I might need some comedic relief. They must be on lunch.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
What? All right.
If y'all want, I think they're on lunch right now. We can do about an hour of TFD if y'all want to get this out your brain. I think it's an amazing thing for Reddington to be able to go and get himself ready for this cross, because this is going to be it. But I also don't think, like yesterday they didn't want the jury to leave with the impression of, you know, he had an understanding of the Catholic religion, and to give it that type of situation. Like, but do you really want them to go home with psychosis at Swiss cheese and sleep on that and let that get embedded all in their brain cells before they hear the cross? This cross gonna have to be damn good. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they on lunch. Square head. Mm, 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 mm. I don't know, Bridget. I don't know. That whole, just like adults, kids have the will to live. So there was resistance. There was like, you don't remember that. Like, damn. What
Ready,
color we
signal
wear
to
for the
level
kids? I ain't
security.
wearing no damn pink.
You may be seated.
For her. Tell you what color I wear for the kids.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to see you. We are still in the state case in chief. See, who is your next witness going to be?
Your Honor, be Dawson, I believe is just clear.
Okay. We'll bring Mr. Greenidge in as soon as he makes up the elevator.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Dang, straight off the elevator.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name Malcolm, MALCOLM, GREENIDGE. It's my last name.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Greenidge.
Good morning.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
And in
Of
fact,
course he
we had to
was.
get a compelling order to get you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
I want to ask you about somebody by the name
Have
of
a good
Tupac Shakur.
evening.
Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
He was a childhood friend, family member, big brother, mentor. The list goes on and on.
I can't believe it.
Is it also fair to say that you guys work professionally together?
We did.
Can you tell us about that?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did release an album with Mr.
Shakur. I'm going to direct your attention to the weekend of September 1996, specifically September 7th of 1996. Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
We came here in the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at that time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive separately?
He did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
Two more of my childhood friends, Raphael Fuller and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor?
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously. So when we didn't get the phone call, we just left to go, get with him.
Now, there's a video, which I'm sure you're familiar with, of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes, I would. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM,
baby,
was coming out.
So, and then what did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Now you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes,
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
we do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Was there, were you aware of there being more than two cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind him.
Now, I'm going to take you to the shooting. While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about. When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a two-door or four-door?
It was a four-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American?
From my vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
What's your reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Yafael Fula, and Katari Cox.
So two of the fellow members of the Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander. What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac. And yeah, that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Or do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed them.
And that's why do you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them? Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
You are.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle?
No.
Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. And when I turned around, there was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Police officer.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see
Excuse me.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how is it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of a shotgun from a police officer and on the ground. How long are you in that situation for?
It seemed like forever.
Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see?
Tupac told him he was about to get shot.
Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And are they transported away from the scene? And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I do.
And do you, it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac?
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car.
Silhouettes.
Okay. I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
I recognize two of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can drag it to the people you recognize and tell us who they are.
That's me. That's Katari Cox.
And Katari Cox is one of the other artists who was part of your group.
Correct.
Unfortunately. One thing that that's come up, you've obviously
Tupac didn't make it to the back seat.
30
Remember?
years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur. I'm sure you.
Remember, Tupac didn't make it to the back seat. They said he was like stretching, like he was trying to get to the back seat to help himself. I'm sure that so he never made it to the back seat. They also said Tupac was talking for a while before in the ambulance. So if they ran up on the car once Suge came to a stop, then yeah.
Been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that Mr. Shakur was upset with his situation at death row. Have you heard that? And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and whether or not he was upset with his current situation?
I shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones to do some business with Quincy.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal passes.
Cross-examination, Mr. Simt.
Mr. Greenwich, thank you for being here today. Just with regards to the last thing the state had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, did that involve Death Row Records?
No.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the Death Row label, do you know whatever happened with that label? The business itself?
I think it's still going to this day.
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yeah, at the time of when Tupac was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you.
Snoop Dogg, the Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So, for instance, with Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
Is he currently on the label?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't.
Hey, if you know like I know, you better not be making
Now,
jokes about no damn MC Hammer.
So
Now,
your
that's a
testimony here
certified
today is
fool.
that you
That's a
drove into
thug.
town with Tupac, Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been, what day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday?
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point, you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, meaning you left in the Lexus?
No.
Well, how
left
did
on
you-
foot.
You left on foot. Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know if the fight is over or not. We're just on our way
And
to
where?
be with Mr. Shakur
Okay, and where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay, and did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
Did you not just hear what
And
he
when you say
said?
coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Jesus.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right, so you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And do you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 662 is?
I do not.
All right. So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms. Yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonging to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the Luxor?
I do not.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind him.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But what did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 662, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And you know what the reason was for that?
No.
But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community?
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
Okay. And when, but you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be a white, was it a white Cadillac?
Correct.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
So would a review of your statement help refresh your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
No, just one moment.
Of course.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I have leave to wander the courtroom freely?
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you this statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page right there. I'm just telling you you're done. Okay. Does that help your refresh your recollections, what you told police officers that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
Yeah. And that is, you said it was a light colored, when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even going to say white. I'm going to say a light colored Cadillac.
Correct.
But once again, it's something that obviously in that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
It's at night.
Yeah. In addition to that, when you observed the driving conduct of Shug in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stopped because he stops.
Right.
And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point, he warns you and says, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're down. Get on the ground. They're going to shoot you. Is that a yes?
Correct.
And that would have been because right behind you were police officers with a shotgun.
Correct.
Now, you're kept at the scene for some time.
Really ain't
You
no
see a
joke.
picture
They'll leave him
of you sitting on
alone.
the ground,
I
right?
heard about him.
Do you know how many other of the caravan vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at?
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Shug's residence?
I could not tell you.
I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and
Thank
you
you.
redirect Mr. Palal.
Nothing for the state.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry. Jumped the gun on that.
This jury don't be playing.
And the parties approach.
Can you imagine if the jury was able to ask questions in Clancy's trial? Baby. We switched cheese over here, Laura. Please, when you get a chance, watch it and let me know what you think.
Mr. Greenwich, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Nothing for the state.
Defense.
You know, just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light colored or white?
I cannot know.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenwich. All right. State, who's your next witness?
Judge Scott.
I know you're gonna try to say the fact that the girls said they weren't screaming Tupac, and the fact that he always said that they was talking back at him. Just because Mr. Greenwich said he don't know if anybody popped back, we know for a fact that Baby Mob James was the little brother, wasn't it? Buntry. Buntry said they said Buntry was doing what he needed to do. Allegedly. Oh Lord, Stanley Burrell, they're nerve to try to play with Hammer. Ooh. Don't let them gold ass sequin pants fool you. Or them foil pants. They said Hammer wasn't the one.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott, Jeffrey Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence, and write reports based on the notes and the photographs.
I direct your attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant.
What shift were you working?
Swing shift.
And so, were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
You've since looked at, have you since looked at all the photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are theirs, correct?
Yes.
We're going to approach.
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Thank you. First set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107. Just flip through those and see if you can determine are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly accurately depict the location of the search warrant.
Mr. DiGiacomo, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, oh, sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize
My
that
clerk
was
was very confused.
Most of these are clearly not mine, not the photographs that I took, but a couple of them might be. It's hard to tell.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that what the front of the residence looked like?
Yes.
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looks like?
Yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Sands?
No, you're not.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to 95, do you know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
That's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
Okay. And same as 94.
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
So I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection to 95?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at that particular scene by either crime scene analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation. So that would be 94 and then 96 through 107?
Correct.
Okay, those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Now within that garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Caravan, Dodge Charger.
Challenger. Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those. Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were relieved. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes, this is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
And then we've had some discussions of packaging, so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back.
Yes, it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk, and I put in this, it's in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional
Additional
page,
cutting.
and I think, yeah, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed it.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes,
If you open this, you'd expect to find those three pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing you what's been marked as 138A. Are those three pieces of paper?
Yes.
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger in the garage. So let's start with 155. You tell me what we're looking at here.
That's a photograph from the right rear section of the Dodge Challenger.
Challenger. Sorry, I keep calling it a Charger. Dodge Challenger, and that's parked in the garage area of the residence on Maple Shade.
Yes, it is.
156. That's the location of those three pieces of paper you collected.
Yes.
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here. Is that the front page?
Yes, it is.
Without going too much into it, this appears to be a description of an episodic series.
Yes.
158. Oops. Well, generally speaking, page 2 is a ledger that has costs and those type of things.
Yes, page 2 and 3 were looks like a budget for the series.
And that's going to lead me just to 159. Appears the total budget was slightly under $1 million.
That's correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions. I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination by you, Mr. Sir.
Thank you. Sir, just real quick, I heard the word. What's episodic? What does that mean?
Episodic?
Yeah.
To me, it means occurring occasionally or regularly.
And that's what you saw in that first piece of paper, right?
Yes.
And your testimony here today really is that you located that piece of paper and you captured it as part of your experience and training as a crime scene analyst.
The detectives executing the search warrant located it and then had me come photograph it, and then I impounded it.
Okay, and just for the jury so they understand what your role is typically in a search warrant is that you're summoned to the scene to conduct an investigation or at least a search of an area based upon what the detective or primary officer tells you is the intent of the search, but you also do your own search as well. Fair?
It depends on the type of call, how much direction that I'll be given, or I'll be doing it myself.
And with regard to this particular situation and this specific search, you were apprised prior to the search warrant being executed that this was going to happen on this particular day?
Yes.
And so the meeting that typically takes place where you arrive on a scene where a crime had just been committed, where, everyone sort of gathers around, they have a conversation of what they're trying to look for. That meeting took place before the knock on the door and the execution of the search warrant.
Yes.
Now, in this regard, you understood that what you were going to do was walk in to look for certain things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what things you were looking for of evidentiary value?
I didn't have a list of items that we were looking for. I just knew that I was there to document whatever was recovered.
And the document that we just saw here, that was something that you did not locate one of the detectives did in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall who the primary detective was that was responsible for that search warrant?
Detective Mogg.
Cliff Mark.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Were there any other detectives on scene besides Cliff Mark?
There were several, but I don't remember their names.
Right. Now, with regards to what you do as a crime scene analyst, fair to say that you are operating under a search warrant?
Yes.
And a search warrant is a document that allows for law enforcement to go into someone's residence to look around.
That's correct.
And in this particular regard, though, as a crime scene analyst, you're not the one who actually applies for a search warrant, right?
I did not know.
That would be something that would go through, in this case, the primary detective for this particular search.
Yes.
That would have been Detective Watt.
Yes.
Now, in regards to what you were doing in this case, you searched what parts of the house, if you can recall?
I photographed the entire house. I did not search. Again, I was there to document what the detectives found in their search.
Okay, and in your training and experience, do you have a Now, sir, your work on this case, when you say you photographed the house, that was prior to the search of each particular room and area, right?
It was after the officers had cleared the residence, and then I came in and I took all my photographs. And then the detectives executed the search warrant and they searched, and then I did follow-up photographs based on what they found.
You did follow photographs.
Yes.
Now, and once again, for the jury, since we weren't there, the photographs you take at the beginning is each room as you find it.
Yes.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each room as you find it as well.
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph, and then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the ones that you did?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
There were 3 members from Graveyard. It was King, Fellabaum, and she was Finn at the time, but she's West now.
Okay. And those are the crime scene analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search.
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here, the Honor Mayor approach.
You may.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's already been admitted as evidence, and this is State's Exhibit. Thank you for the State's Exhibit number 100. I could just publish that for the jury. I'm sorry, we're going to start with 99 first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, I do not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
All right, and then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Outside of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I photographed the scene. I took notes. I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper, and that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay. All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Come on, jury.
Repeat that.
I can. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond and document and photograph what the detectives were interested in.
Okay.
And I don't really understand the second part of the question.
Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Sampt, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. You are free to go. State, who's your next witness?
Steve, you fell along. Steve.
I think that question gonna probably come back. Ask the detective. Yeah, I think that question gonna run. They gonna have to run that one back. Right question, wrong person.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stevie, Steavie. Last name is Felabom, Felabom.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst for Hillsborough PD.
We just heard from Jeff Scott. Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also reviewed all of the photographs taken at that crime scene prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some of those photographs here and start with 93. What are we looking at? Oop. You, Jessica. So, not that you'll need it for this one, but that mouse up there can allow you to point. It just don't click it, okay? What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the residence.
I guess we should go, I'll do 95 first. 95. What does this appear to be?
The northeast master bedroom.
And then 94 is a shot from the opposite direction.
Yes.
Sitting on top of that case over here, There appears to be a container for a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yes.
96. What are we looking at?
That's going to be the dresser on the opposite side of the same bedroom.
And at the bottom here,
There were several books pulled out when I arrived.
one of them is Compton Street Legend. One of them is Murder Rap. The last one is The Confused Mind of a Drug Dealer.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
In addition, 097, was there a Vibe magazine?
Yes.
Did you wind up collecting the Compton Street Legend and the Vibe magazine?
Yes, sir.
Now in the garage, 098.
Now, why the hell do you still have that stuff? I mean, I guess memorabilia,
There were two
but what's
bins.
that?
Yes.
And when those bins were opened, 100, I bet you this is 99 first. Try 99. Looked like a number of personal effects that were kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And number 100. Bottom one also had a bunch of personal effects.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those two containers at the scene?
The detectives recovered them.
So detectives took those two bins and left the scene.
Correct.
This is exhibit number 101. What are we looking at here?
That was a jacket in one of the closets.
And on the left, well, I guess we'll zoom in just a little bit. On the left side, it looks like it says Reg 64 trays, and on the right side it says Keffe D.
Yes.
And then if we skip to 103, the back of it is the South Side City of Compton.
Yes.
After you collect an item, do you photograph it either at the scene or back at the lab?
Yes.
Showing you 104. What are we looking at?
That's the photograph that I took of the Compton Street Legend book once I had recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And then 105.
It's the back of the same book.
$106.
That's the copy of the Vibe magazine after I recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And 107.
It's the date and barcode on the cover.
So it looks like the November 96 edition of the Vibe magazine.
Correct.
Oh, ma'am. Previously opened off key, so let me show you. State's proposed exhibit number 148. Is that your evidence package from that night?
Yes.
And among what else you recovered, would you expect to find both the book and the Vibe magazine inside there had it still been sealed?
Yes.
So let me start first with the Vibe magazine. This is State's proposed exhibit number 140. And which is, you recognize the bag on the outside?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the identifying information that we put on interior packages to include the event
$2 and
number,
95 cent lawyer by heart.
date that it was
$2.95.
number.
And then I'm going to show you
Can I buy
now
anything for $2.95 right now?
140A.
Any damn thing.
What is that?
That looks like the Vibe magazine that I recovered.
That's the actual Vibe magazine you end up recovering out of that house.
If it came from that package, yes.
Move to admit 140A.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted.
I'm going to show you the outside of this. This is, 139. You recognize that?
Yes, same identifying information, listing it as my item number. So.
Pull that item out, what would you expect to find?
The Compton Street legend.
Showing it to you, 139A. Does that appear to be the book?
Yes.
And I want to show you, you took pictures of the front and the back.
Correct.
The back has no picture on it, right?
No photograph now.
Okay, it just has some words.
Yes.
And then if you flip through this entire book, there's no interior pictures in this book. Does that seem accurate?
Yes, sir.
Because I moved in 148, correct?
Objection?
Oh, I think I did move.
They already moved in. Okay, thank you.
I think the rest of this, we've agreed we're not going to move in. So
Understood.
I would pass this.
You may cross.
Thank you.
Cross what? He just took the damn pictures. Come on, don't start wasting time. We have been
I have no objection to
thrown back and forth today. We have taken enough of a mental beating. Just come on, sir.
Ms. Billabong,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been a crime scene analyst?
About 9 years.
And during that time period, these kinds of searches would be standard operating procedure for you.
To assist them with the detectives, yes.
Yeah. And once again, with regard to your training experience, when you are conducting this kind of investigation, you're looking for things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the evidentiary value part, though, is dependent upon what you learn at the scene from the primary officer or the detective that's conducting the search.
Right.
And so whatever you're doing is within the parameters that they're asking for.
Yes.
Now, in this case, we've seen some pictures of some books and a jacket. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, you were on scene for the later half or the latter half of the search.
Yes.
You weren't there for the beginning part of the search.
Yes.
So the photographs you took are photographs that were of the areas and the rooms in the house after the search had been conducted.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, is that each room was in disarray.
The search had already been started, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you don't know what they look like prior to you arriving on scene, but definitely after, there's things strewn around.
Yes, sir.
In your 9 years of experience as a crime scene analyst, when officers are conducted in a search, they typically will be as thorough as they can be to look through everything in an area.
Yes.
Do they ever return those things back to how they found it before they entered into the room or the house?
I would say it depends on the level to which they've moved everything. If the entire closet's been empty, they don't typically put everything back.
They do not typically put everything back.
Not typically, no, sir.
Okay, so you don't have any photographs that you took after everything was over where the room was put back into place, how these police officers found it?
I have photos immediately before we left the residence after they'd finished searching, but not with everything placed as officers found it.
I see. And so what you were documenting basically was, for lack of a better word, the thoroughness of each police officer's search of each room.
The state that we left it in when we were clearing, yes.
Okay. Now, some of the things that we were showing in this case, did you ever at any point find electronics or were asked to take pictures of electronics at the residence?
I believe the only electronic item I photoed was a laptop in the shed. All of the others were photoed by CSA Scott.
But as far as you know and what you recall, there were electronics found at the house, like say, I don't know, iPads and laptops, that kind of thing.
Laptops, definitely. I'm not sure what other types.
But you're not the crime scene analyst that would have captured that and put that into evidence?
I didn't recover the laptop itself, no, sir.
And as far as you know, do you know how many electronics were in the house when you were there?
I don't.
Do you know whose responsibility that would have been?
Whoever was in charge of the search warrant, they had it listed on the return.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, a return is a document that's left at the house or the area to notify the owner that certain items were taken as a result of the search.
Yes, sir.
So it's almost like a receipt.
Yes.
And your job really stops with regards to the actual search itself. You don't do anything further when you go back to your office with Metro or anything like that.
Aside from impounding whatever items, I no, sir.
Okay. And just for our edification, when something's impounded, the concern, of course, is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to make sure that that piece of evidence is exactly how it was as you found it at the scene and not molested or changed or anything like that.
Correct.
So sometimes, like other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto.
I mean, I do see a lot of inconsistencies, Sharonda, with what she said, but
yes, different
the overall
And so when you're telling us that you was
of what he said and when it was captured, I don't see enough inconsistencies
Yes.
to say he didn't do it. To be honest,
I would have sealed it, and then we have a
maybe
temporary hold
supposedly.
that's locked, so I would have sealed it with all the identifying information and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have
fall out.
continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain tape, color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you.
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
I see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the?
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now at some point in the future, if someone comes along, they can go into that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Okay. Now, the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is State's Exhibit number 199. Sorry. Showing you what's been marked and admitted already as State's Exhibit number 100. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of. Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may approach your arm.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits F through W, UU. If you could just look through those photographs real quick. And just come in here.
Jesus Christ.
So
F through double U? No, sir. No.
Okay. Do you want to just have them admitted then at this time?
You might want to still review them.
Okay.
I believe it's a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos
Okay.
from inside the residence, but they're consistent.
All right.
With the residence.
And just with regards to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be defense exhibit F through defense exhibit UU.
They will now be admitted.
It will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification, Sean, you just for a couple photographs here, this would be defense exhibit G. Sure you can see what we're talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Defense exhibit I, as in Isaac, is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
That appears so, yes.
This is defense exhibit J, another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is defense exhibit K, another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense exhibit L.
Yes.
Defense exhibit N.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further by the state?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Feldbaum, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today.
That just made me even more hopeful with this jury because they didn't come back and ask the wrong person the right question again. They hold me.
Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity. All right, come on up.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Justine, Justine, Gaddis, Gatus.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Duxbury.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
And Can you describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically, we kind of rotate all throughout the entire bay of detectives for who gets the next call in order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in 2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then, it was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant?
I'm considering everything.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Cliff Mog?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you become aware that he was investigating the Tupac Shakur homicide?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2023. Were you present during the execution of the search warrant at the residence?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 98. Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. Or, I'm sorry, the bins themselves were ultimately released back.
At Metro headquarters, those bins were searched.
Yes.
Certain items were removed.
Yes.
And then those bins were returned.
Correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially retire from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I want to say it was August. I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023.
And sometime after August 12th of 23, in September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to assist now investigator Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things. But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence hall?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence hall?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro, Mike Stamp, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, his female assistant partner.
Maggie?
Yes.
Was Cliff Mog there too?
Yes, he was.
And what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense and the state?
Yep, and then I resealed the evidence. That's correct.
Show you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132. Is that the original impound from Detective Mogg that we wound up opening and going through everything in?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go through all these. This one I'm going to do last because there's a lot. Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
I
Moved to
heard
admit 135.
of her, and the story seemed to have taken a turn, so I wanted to look into
Showing
it.
you
But yes,
what's been
I heard of it.
marked as state's proposed exhibit 136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, state's proposed 134 is a package. It's a proposed package. Just want you to look through there. For 134
Yeah,
AB,
and the alleged circumstances around that.
C, and D, all within that package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit. I guess I should do 134 and A through D so we have the package to keep them in.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
That'll be 134A, B, C, and D.
And one of those items, 134D, is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
There were some miscellaneous items collected, but I think we are all putting in 133, but I don't have a cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there a cover for 133, or do we just have them separate? Oh, the back. Perfect. Something to keep it in.
Allegedly she passed away in a car accident, and so a lot of people were praising her about the fact that I think it was something around her kids. She, don't get me the lying, but she may have lost them at one point and then like worked her butt off to get them back and stuff like that. Allegedly she was in a car accident the story is, or the alleged story is, that while everybody was saying, oh my gosh, she passed away and doing all these tributes to her, they came back out and said that allegedly she may have been going the wrong way. And she was not the only person that was unalived during that alleged crash. If this is true, people are alleging that she was under the influence and she took the life of a
Any
veteran.
objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
And then lastly, was there this
So I don't know. I haven't seen any facts on the story. I have to look it up,
137?
Yes.
but
And then were
somebody
there a number
actually
of
can look it
items
up
that were
and
inside this
you
photo?
know,
Yes, sir.
And the clerk,
couple people
and
asked
the
me
defense
to
and I have had
post
these
about
marked.
it, and I don't do.
137 A through,
Have to get to a courtroom.
I think the last one is U. If you want to briefly flip through those.
That's what it said. Yeah. Yeah, people started getting really upset when people just knew she passed and, you know, giving their condolences and stuff like that. And then people started to get offended that people were sad about her passing and started to come out in, I guess, on behalf of or in solidarity with the veteran.
It's not. It is not.
I think your analysis was in there.
Yes, sir.
Move to omit 136.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All of those were within this, call it scrapbook for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
So I want to go through
You a little bit. I got you.
items, and if you put it on the overhead. Ooh, that's bad. All right. This item 136. Yes, Mike. Well, actually, I think we should put them here because otherwise it's just going to slide.
We made it all the way up to
136 is
the.
actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit and a search warrant.
We made it all the way up to 2023 when he was
And it
about
appears that
indicted
it's
and
dated May
arrested. We should be
27th.
about done, right?
It appears that it's at 1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
On the back, there is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Well,
let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and then I just messed up the entire order. So I think this doesn't matter which order. Let's just show some of the newspaper articles. So State's Exhibit number 137H.
Well, put one of the inconsistencies back.
137H. Did we
I don't have that listed as pleaded, just.
Can I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
You listed it, but you didn't
Yes.
ask for it to be admitted.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
No objection on it.
Okay, perfect, by stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
One 137G.
Chiefy, you was taking stuff
Another
off
one
the
about the death
table.
of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137U.
You better unhand that phone.
This is another article that was found in there talking about Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
One 137.
Why is he over there looking all mean and surly?
And a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
One 137B. An article about Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM.
Yes, sir.
What is, sir?
137C.
And you can't say it was just a random receipt. Now y'all didn't want all this time saying ain't nobody prove you was in Vegas and you got handwritten that you need to pay money to the Monte Carlo.
Yes, sir.
This one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that back. It appears to be the community mourns, and there's a picture of his death is going to send a strong message to the rap community. It looks like an article about death in the rap industry.
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
And if we, I don't know if I can zoom this in. It appears to be discussing the death of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
You gonna collect every last one? You almost had a little piece of something to stand on when you said they couldn't put you in Vegas nowhere, but you just put you in Vegas, fool.
37E. Star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
That's correct.
Are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
On 137F.
You make a scrapbook. Sir, why are we here?
Back out just a little bit. There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10/3/96.
I'm sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, Tiffany. I'm praying for you. You know, I know how that happened last Mother's Day. My back was on fire.
137I.
Wasting money and resources.
Yeah, you can probably read
You
it.
could have took that 10 to 25. I think he likes that
This one
nobody
is
can really
wrappers of
pinpoint
Muslims
that, like
gather
he's never
for
been
peace and
convicted. Like he can get the
dated
notoriety of it, but
September
not the
23rd,
punishment of it.
1996.
That's correct.
Oh, 137J. Here's me an article titled Night, related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Hold up to see the whole thing. 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece of article, Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
Mm-mm.
$137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
We ain't seen headlines like this in a nice long while. But Keffe, what were you doing? Because it looks like you had trophies of your handiwork. This looks crazy. This is crazy.
137A.
A lot
Oh,
worse
sorry,
than you giving these
37M.
interviews.
This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
Correct.
If we zoom in, it discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
$137N. There's an article about gangster rap performer Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
$137O. An article about gang ties suspected in killings.
Yes, sir.
$137P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
$137Q.
I'm thinking, Dana, how much longer could it go?
This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
And it starts off with They seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
$37R.
He should have, but I mean, 10 to 25 for him and life for him might read about the same. Who is dying?
This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and
Riddled with bullets. Ain't that
Tupac's
what,
murder, but
what,
bullet riddled with
what
rounds.
Hilton said?
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
I know Diddy's so happy Lil Durk at trial right now. So something can be bigger than Keffe D and not have his name all in it. Oh Grinch, Leatherface, baby oil swinging son of a something. Every time I see the word
Just a couple.
riddled, I get tickled.
137S.
All right, little bitch, welcome back.
An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Yes, sir.
And it appears, if you look really close at the bottom, this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
Sir.
$137T, the last on this one. An article entitled on March 10th of 1997, No Easy Answers for Violence in Gangster Rap.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd, did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams. I believe there was one more.
Roger Williams, that's neck bone, ain't it?
Mob James,
Yes.
James McDonald.
Yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this, as a homicide detective, you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I did.
What's a compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a compelling order.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Trayvon Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and Fergie Brooks.
Let me make sure I have all those actually. All right.
There might be a sixth one, actually. Oh, Malcolm Greenwich would be the sixth one.
All right.
So everybody just wants some hell no, we won't go.
Corey Edwards. I'll take judicial notice of that one. Roger Williams. We'll take judicial notice of that one. James McDonald. James McDonald. We'll take judicial notice of that one. And then there's another block of them a little later.
Correct. I think Fergie Brooks and Trayvon Lane came a little later.
Trayvon Brooks. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Fergie Brooks.
Sorry, Trayvon Lane. I'll take
Okay, Trayvon
judicial
Lane.
notice of that. And all right, Fergie Brooks.
I thought he might be able to get some if they couldn't even prove that he was in Vegas that night. He ain't in the second row of the fight. He's not on any tapes. He's not on any. They didn't catch him on any hotel footage. And then he handwrite that he need to pay the Monte Carlo bill, sir.
Michael Payne. Michael Payne.
On top of Orlando Anderson's room was calling the Monte Carlo. So it's not that you're just telling stories with inconsistencies. You actually are being inconsistent with being inconsistent, sir.
Of all six.
Yes. So
Did you become aware that certain of those 6 individuals weren't cooperating, even though they had been served papers by California?
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, and let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
And he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get a compelling order.
Yes, sir.
All right, interesting. What did you do with the people who weren't cooperative despite the California authorities ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, well, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Fergie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Was there Malcolm Green?
yes, Malcolm was, yes. And I can't remember the last one. I know we've already spoke about him though.
Well, no. How about Devontae Lee? Did you have to get one?
Yes,
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we needed a compelling order.
correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes,
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No,
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
Jesus.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Evans?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
all right, cross-examination, Mr. Sams.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gaddis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today. Now, your testimony is based on your work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on?
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. It was primarily being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right. And so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're doing as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer?
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports. Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report.
That's correct.
Or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written?
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant. Correct. Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
Be hopeful. But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
Haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to you departing the department.
I know
I told you before to say it to his face.
But again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. A lot of times, like there'll be either one of the guys from cold case that will kind of pick up a case and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay. Well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, finish up his officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
you want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like you said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation, who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes. It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you're sitting here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
You work for the district attorney's office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the district attorney's office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts.
And present it to them, yes.
Present it to the district attorney's office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them.
Yes, sir.
Right? But fair to say those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I
Sure.
forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator,
Jesus.
primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator, no.
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant, the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who was just writing the search. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant.
Yes, he was.
And he was the one who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well,
Yes, sir.
other detectives as well,
Yes, sir.
as well as the crime scene analysts that we have on scene.
Yes.
And they're all looking for information.
Correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that was taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, if I could have I have it. showing you what's been marked admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes,
Okay. So this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah. And for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh the recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh.
I can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I, up to this point, have not read the full document.
Okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, the name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Duane Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yal.
Now, with regards to Yosef Yal, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the co-author, to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yal.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
All right. And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases, then they determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you were not.
That's correct.
Okay. That would be something that Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusuf, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California.
No, I did not.
Or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court.
No, we did not.
Okay. And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5, maybe.
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusuf?
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you are going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point?
Yes.
But not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
Correct. He was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No. Primarily Detective Mogg did, or
He
investigator.
didn't told you it was Mogg.
And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I didn't.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
Yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with the glasses, myself, and my investigator as well as Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Yeah. Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case and that submission of that report ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities?
I really
as
feel like
the
he wanted to be Suge and Blue.
in either 2017 or 18?
I really don't feel
My
like they had
understanding is
any
that's correct.
He had
aspirations
been the investigator from that time period.
across
We'll just give the
the
benefit of the doubt, 2018,
world,
all the way up
not
to
even across the
2023,
country. I don't even think he aspired to be known
But
across
as of
the
right
whole
now, as
state
you
of
sit here, you've never
California.
had an officer
I really
report from
think he just
Detective Mogg.
wanted to be bigger than Suge.
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes,
He's actually in custody.
correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. You know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something
Isn't
that
she
maybe
deaf?
Mr. Mogg would know.
Sir?
Yes.
Okay. How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once again,
He was
I
in
have not-
Supermax.
Yes,
So
and the
that-
same answer that Detective Mogg would be, he would have more knowledge on that.
now the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house? Do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone.
And in today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner
I
of
think they
Charleston
were at one of the parties.
Qualified, and they're doing it over and over again, that would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. 137. Oh, I'm sorry. 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it.
That's correct.
And something else that's there. It looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got
Are you
green in
wasting
here, so it
time?
looks like
I
a
got
print
all of
back,
6 minutes.
notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Now, in your, one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been This would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to mention it. But let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken. That's like our property return.
Yes.
Or search warrant return. Okay.
That's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued. So I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the
No,
9 miscellaneous
y'all had
photographs,
me
all these
thinking
things are
y'all
things
had 'em.
that another
Now
detective
y'all don't
wrote
even have the
down
piece of
in
paper.
the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody will do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items. So I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mog's job, not your job.
Yes.
Because at the time, he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
Correct.
Now, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers. Another laptop computer, HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residence, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there?
Yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mog's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yes.
Ms. Detective Gaddis, I'm done with my cross-examination of you. I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samp. Mr. Jackman will redirect.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're two separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this. Do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, sir, we do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour, absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Detective Mogg remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retires?
Yes, yes.
And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And usually the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Sampt also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, it's the opinion. I'm not quite clear what the relevance is.
Well, no, you didn't ask every cop that came through here about.
Okay, this is really odd. This is really unusual. There's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her, in her experience, is there anything inappropriate about it?
And he absolutely said that, and he's been saying it since opening.
Experiences relevant. Yep.
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Overall.
I would say Detective Mogg would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Samp?
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course.
Since we walked through this door, so with regards to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Can you approach?
Oh God, he been asking every single person that got up there about any type of law enforcement about whether or not they close out cases, if they handle cases when they're still a civilian, if you would think somebody who's retired would still be handling it. How many times did you leave loose ends and not tie up the loose ends by leaving a report? He didn't ask every single officer that he came up there, and now you want to get testy because they like you've been screaming it since opening, sir. So you can't get mad that he said he talked to somebody that worked with Detective Mogg that said this was the best thing for it. Get mad at your client. Get mad at your client. You sitting up here fighting for your life because he wouldn't sign that piece of paper after he'd been hollering. He literally been hollering, I did this for longer than they trying to make him stay in the dang on jail. They ain't even tell him you've been having us chase you down for 30 years, so go do 30 years. They ain't even say that. They said he could get as few as 10.
All right, that's overruled. You may ask your question.
With 3 in the bag.
So let me back it up real quick here. So you're telling us though that he was the best for the job?
Yes,
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement, 2023, he was the best for the job?
he had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case.
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report.
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know.
I know, I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report.
Correct.
And you say he was best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case.
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that it could have taken over?
Yeah, intimate knowledge of the case. Now keep
Well, I say
going,
that about
sir.
Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it
Red
out.
gave you a
and to
headache.
see
Red
it
about to have
through,
me go take a
to
nap.
me,
I'm
that
not
made
gonna
the
lie
most
to y'all.
sense in my opinion.
But without
I
capturing.
was trying to let him finish this witness before I hop off, but he's really, here we go. They dragging it.
Let me ask you this question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as you sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago.
Yes, they do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so in terms of the way you're describing it now, are you saying that Detective Mogg was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mogg.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mogg situation, are you telling us though that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So are you aware of an officer, retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he at some point worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Mogg did in this case, that after he retired, he became an investigator just like Dean O'Kelly on cold cases?
Detective Mogg did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officer's report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would be put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Giacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you, Detective Gaddis. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
All right, guys,
Does
this
anyone in
is
the
it
jury
for
have
me
to use
today.
Yes.
I'm gonna go take me a nap,
so we
and then
will take a break
hopefully
during.
I'll be able to chill. But it's time for me to start getting the babies from the bus and all that good stuff. So I will see everybody in the morning, where we will deal with Clancy's ass and see Reddington's cross. See y'all in the morning.